Good afternoon, everybody. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order this afternoon. Welcome. Want to say welcome to all of my board colleagues, to our superintendent, to all of our staff, and to any guests that we have present in person, or to any guests that are watching us via Zoom. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022, 5:01 p.m. We'll call our regular board meeting to order. Again, thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. As we start, as we do at every board meeting, we'll read our board norms and protocols. We agreed to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, good afternoon and welcome to everybody. Thanks for joining us today. With that, I'll ask Ms. Smith to do a roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie Humphreys, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. I would actually ask for a motion to amend today's regular agenda to add items, and board, you will see it in the agenda for your information, item 10C, which is regarding the November 8th regular board meeting. So would like to add that agenda item and add agenda item 11A, which is an executive session.
So moved. Mr. Lopez, I don't know if this is the proper time, and I know I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. I'd like to add an executive session.
Okay, what would the purposes of the executive session, is it around personnel, or just so we can have it in the, included in the motion?
It has to deal with security.
Okay. So those that moved and seconded, would you agree to an amendment to add that executive session?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there's an amended motion to add two executive sessions.
Otherwise, can the safety one be towards the top so that staff
Yes.
don't have to stay?
Would that be okay with you, Ms. Page, if we put the safety and security one as the second executive session? Okay, thank you. So we'll add that, Ms. Smith. That will be item B, the new item 11B in the agenda. Thank you. So there is a motion and a second to add item, again, just for everyone who's following along, 10C around the November 8th meeting, and then new items 11A and 11B, two executive sessions, one that's already listed on the agenda, the other one around safety and security. There's a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Would now entertain a motion to approve tonight's amended agenda.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll jump right into our agenda. First agenda item is our consent agenda. Entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark. Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will hear from our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
That came fast. Good evening, everyone. I will say that I have quite a few things, but I will try to go quickly. First, I just want to share that the Library Committee held a meeting on Monday, and they've been meeting on a regular basis. They plan to share an update to the board in the upcoming November meeting regarding their progress with looking at options for building the new public library. I want to give a big thanks to Walmart and their store manager, Mr. Denny Hisley, for the generous donation of backpacks and school supplies to our students. We always appreciate the support and generosity of our organizations and companies in our own community to reach out and support our students in schools. We're excited to launch our kindness campaign, which runs from October 14th through November 13th. We're asking our entire district to share the creative ways you spread kindness with your class, colleagues, and school community. Please share on your social media and tag the Human Resource Department or the Foundations for Excellence so we can see all the kindness happening around our district over the next 4 weeks. October is also Bully Prevention Month. When you have a moment, please take some time to look at some of our website and hear some of the tips from the New Chelsea Elementary School counselor on what your child can do if they are a victim or witness to bullying. Let us work together to prevent bullying in our schools and society. Along with that, I do want to acknowledge that the safety and security of our students and staff is our highest priority. With the 2 unfortunate shootings this past weekend, our Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, along with working collaboratively with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, in conjunction with our Kansas City, Missouri colleagues to work to solve those cases. In any case, when it involves students in our school and we knew about it, we address it accordingly. But I do want the community to know that we continue to do all the things that we can in a preventive manner through our social emotional curriculum, through our counselors and our social workers to work with our students to try to prevent those events. And in several other events, unfortunately, there were there were individuals involved that are not our students, but we all still continue to work collaboratively to solve them. Shifting gears, I want to give a quick shout out to Alfred Fairfax Academy and Wellborn Elementary custodial staff for being recognized for their hard work to keep our schools clean and presentable. Join me in congratulating them and their schools for being selected for Buildings of the Month this past month. I want to announce that we're also launching our new parent newsletter that will be coming out this month for our parents, guardians, and caregivers. This new newsletter will keep you in the loop about what's happening at the district level. Each of you play a vital role in our education mission, and this newsletter will provide more information about the programs, resources, services, events, and activities sponsored by the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. And finally, I do want to acknowledge also, I need to pull up something, and I'm going to share it. I will also take the time to make this public as well. I do recognize that there was, I need to share my screen. I didn't plan this. If I can share it, it's not working. I do want to acknowledge that we recognize that there were some things going around on social media regarding our students not having textbooks and curriculum. And I'm not saying that the experience, the individuals that put that together is not true. And there are not in there, and I'm acknowledging there are gaps in our systems, but all of our students, early childhood, elementary, middle, and high school, have access to textbooks digitally, as well as they have the ability to check them out. All of our curriculum and our resource guides are located on our website. I do have some slides that I can share with Ms. Smith that we can attach to this board meeting, and this will be some of the first information that we include in our parents newsletter that will come out next Wednesday, October 19th. All of our schools will have curriculum nights if they have not already had them, but if you have questions, we encourage you to reach out to your building principals or and the teachers, and if you're not getting the answers that you want, you can feel free to reach out to myself or Dr. Campbell directly, and we'll be happy to help. And we are trying to close those gaps in our systems to make sure that all of our students and our parents know where to access the information, and to address the gaps in our system. So thank you. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few from my end, and then I will open the floor to the board in case there is some additional board commentary. And just kind of the same vein as Dr. Stubblefield, again, I know the safety and security of all of our students and staff is highly important to all of us on the board and from the leadership team and everyone here in KCKPS. And so, as we've all stated before, it takes all of us really to curb the violence that we're seeing in our community. And so, again, just a plea to come together as a community and do what we can to love on our students and our families and make sure that they know that they are loved and that violence is not the way that we should go. So we continue to do everything that we can. I know from our leadership team, our board members, our board team, our KCKPS police, and everyone working together to keep our students and staff safe. So thank you for everyone who is working to do that. A few additional comments. Thank you to Ms. Clark for stepping in while I was absent, and thank you to the board for allowing me some grace to step away for a minute. I appreciate that, and thank you for the time. Just a few committees coming up, and in case anyone is interested, there are some committee meetings coming up. The academic committee is meeting on the 12th of this week here at Central Office at 10 a.m. if anyone is interested in following along with that. The Finance Committee is meeting on October 18th at 4:30 p.m. via Zoom. You can find the link for that on Board Docs or on our website for anyone that would like to watch that as well. And then board, do not forget that on October 19th from 4 to 7 p.m. we have our KASB Board Development at MVP Law Office. Again, that's 4 to 7. And the priorities at that meeting, just so we know, and the agenda and all that will be set soon, but the priorities and goals for that meeting will be for the board to really discuss and put together our board goals and objectives and really drill down in our board committees around the objectives for those committees as well. So those are the two priority areas that we hope to accomplish at that board development meeting. October is also Bullying Prevention Month, so again, just in line with everything that we continue to talk about as a district and as a community, it takes all of us to make sure that any type of bullying is stopped and that prevented, and that we work together to prevent any and all bullying. So if you see something, say something, and just know that we do not allow any type of bullying here in KCKPS. And then lastly, I'll just share, and you should get some information from Ms. Smith, board members. The NSBA annual conference will be coming up next year, April 1st through the 3rd. If board members are interested in participating in that, there is early bird registration where we can get a discounted price if we register early, and that would be on or before December 14th. I know Ms. Smith is working to pull some information together. She will send that out to the board. If you are interested in attending, board members, please let Ms. Smith know so that we can put that registration together before December 14th. So with that, that's all I have, and I'd open it up to the board if there's additional comments. Ms. Drew.
To Mr. President and our superintendent. On September the 28th, I attended virtually on Zoom the KASB Women Connecting with Women through virtual presentation. And the goal is to be able to gain inspiration for female leaders in education. And the speaker was Dr. Tiffany Anderson, Superintendent of Topeka, USD 501. And in her presentation, she did acknowledge another female who is an excellent leader in education, and that is Dr. Anna Stubblefield, who is our superintendent for USD 500, and I thought it was an excellent way to acknowledge how good she is. On September the 30th, I did attend Wyandotte High School. They had a homecoming parade. I went to the Silver City Parade and also Library and Park on October the 1st. On October the 4th, I attended the College Fair Diploma Plus at the Legends. Stayed all day. It was excellent to see all of our students represented and coming and getting information about career in college. On Thursday, October the 6th, I had the privilege and was invited by the Commissioner, Gail Townsend, to attend the Fairfax Festival celebrating 100 years, and I went there representing the school district. On October the 10th, I had a meeting with Student of the Month Committee, and we are in the process of making sure that we elevate our students in a very positive way. And then I made a donation to Eisenhower Middle School fundraiser for candies sale for the students. And that's all I've done for the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Any additional board members? Okay. Our board members are as active as ever, so thank you for your time and commitment and everything that you all do in our community. Moving along in our agenda, we are section number 4, our community comment section. Again, I will just remind anyone and everyone is welcome to give community comment. Just please sign up with our board clerk prior to the meeting on the Monday prior to the meeting by noon, and we can get you on the agenda. Again, each person will have 3 minutes to speak if you are in person or via Zoom. You can always submit written comment as well to the full board as well. So you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and make sure that the board clerk has your address and contact information before you leave. You do not have to necessarily state that in open public, but make sure the board clerk has that information before you leave. Your time will start after you begin speaking, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board. So today on our agenda, I would invite Ms. Angelyn Howell to please come to the podium if she is here. And your time will start once you begin speaking. Good afternoon, Ms. Howell, and thank you for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon.
Good evening, Dr. Stubblefield, board members, community, and everybody else. Why am I here? I'm here because my daughter has an Algebra 2 class and had no class book, no textbook, no online book, no books at all. Her teacher had not a teacher's manual to teach from, and my question to you is why? The reason for a book is a step-by-step guide to learning and understanding. How does a student take Algebra 2 with any math class without a book, a guide to problem solving, and a step-by-step process to get the answer? How does any teacher teach algebra, biology, chemistry, English, literature, the history of America without a teacher's manual? Our students are working from worksheets and the limited resources given to our teachers. Our students don't have and have not been given the connection to their online textbooks. My daughter's first-year teacher had no resources. If your student tells you that the teacher's lost, please believe them and make the necessary phone calls to your school, to your board members that you know, to get them the needed help. I am asking you, the board, to spend part of the $450 million budget on classroom books. That's 30 per class. I ask you 3 board educators, Ms. Drew, Ms. Page, and Dr. Nguyen, what did you teach with for 25 years plus? What teaching materials did you use? And is there a book room at each school that has the old textbooks that we used to have? A worksheet is not a guide to learning. Our students can't pass the ACT test because they haven't been given the material, which means they can't get accepted into college. Dr. Nguyen is our state representative for education. How lucky we should be to have her on our board. But yet, she has not demanded the same quality education she received to get her degrees in teaching, leading, and serving on this board. Ms. Nguyen's not here, so we're going to pass by her. But, you know, books are an important part of all curriculum. And the state requirement is, out there for our students, but they're not meeting that requirement. And I ask you, the board members, what is your responsibility in all of this? Into seeing that our students have books, online books, textbooks in the classrooms. You're here for us. It's your responsibility to see that our students are learning and that they have the necessary materials to get them where they need to go. President Lopez, you stated, each student will exit high school prepared for college and careers in a global society, and at every level, each student's performance is on track and on time for success. Since they're not at the global level, what are you doing to fix the mess that we're in? At what point do these low-income students, students of color, poor whites, and the other 45 populations represented in this district have to count on except for you? Our students are capable of learning. They just have to have the belief from you in their expectation.
Ms.
When
Howell,
do you express
I'm
your
sorry, we're at
concern?
time, Ms. Howell.
You're out of time.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, I'll be back next time to finish.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Howell, for
Lopez.
joining us. And I would just, and Ms. Page, I'll get to you. Ms. Howell, if you have some written comments that you would like to submit to the board, please send those to Ms. Smith, and we'll make sure that the full board gets that. Again, I would just remind folks that as you give comment, to try to stay, for the purposes of comment, limit your remarks to policy-related issues and general community concerns and not attacks on personnel, students, or specific people. Ms. Page.
For Mr. Goheen, is it not true if the board recommends that she be given an extension of time, that we allow that?
The board could move to, it's board policy that sets the time limit, so the board could grant an extension of the time limit by vote, yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we give her an additional 3 minutes.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any additional questions or comment? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, I'll say yes to keep her from coming back next time, but that's what she stated, so yes for only that reason.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Ms. Howell, if you would like to continue, your time has been extended an additional 3 minutes, and we'd welcome you back. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Ms. Page. I just have a little short, piece.
Take your time.
Just breathe.
Take your time.
I just also want to thank Dr. Campbell. She has talked to me. She did give me some information, but the information she gave me was not available to my student. And so,
Take your time, take your time.
Ms. Smith, can you pause her time, please?
Thank you. I'm going to say for my student and for me, we have been in this district since she was in 2nd grade. And every year, there's been some situation, something going on in the district as to why there's gaps in her learning. I find it difficult as a parent to help my student when she doesn't have the access to the books. She doesn't have the access to what she's supposed to be learning. When there's no books in the classroom, when there's no online connection, Dr. Campbell did, kind of try to guide me through the process and did inform me that, yes, some teachers don't use the online information, that they don't tell the students about the online books, so they don't know about the connection. So there is a gap there in their learning. And so I find it difficult to sit here and say that everything is all roses and peaches, and it's not, because my child is an 11th grader now. What's she gonna do? I ask you all that all the time. What's gonna happen to our students that are falling in the cracks? How are they gonna go to college? I get the same look all the time. Last year, nobody responded at all. So when you said, somebody will get back with me, that's simply just not true. So, yeah, I'm here now wanting to know, what are you gonna do? My child is not the only person in this Algebra 2 class. She's probably not the only student that doesn't have a book. She has friends at Slagle, they're not using any books. How do we get our kids to learn without books? Worksheets aren't gonna teach them anything. You all learned with books. What's the problem? New learning is not learning. I'm asking. I need your help. We all need your help. What's going to happen? What's going to happen to our kids? I'm asking. Need you to do something to help them. You know, they told me, oh, they're going to have open borders coming up in July. Well, 18,000 kids can't move to other school districts. What's wrong with our district teaching our kids? What's wrong with that? This is a big school district. We have good teachers. We just need the necessary materials to use. It's not that difficult, is it? I've offered to help. I've got friends that's offered to help. Nobody, any of you, take any of us up on it. Why is that? We're not here to hurt you. We're trying to help our own children and the other children that are in the building with them. I know my 3 minutes are probably up, but we just need your help. We need to be able to help you help us. Some kind of way. And if Dr. Campbell could, at the end or put it out there, the step-by-step process that she was trying to give me as to how to find the book so that our children can go and get the book and use it on their own with the worksheets that they're given in class, because they're not given the book information. That's what I'm asking for. You can't have a class with worksheets. There's no process in a worksheet. Half of them don't even have directions on them. How do you function like that? How do you learn? I bought the Algebra 2 teacher's manual for our teacher. She's been using it. Algebra requires a graphing calculator. They're not even using those. How do we pass the ACT test without that stuff? I'm just asking for help. Something. Anybody got any ideas? Just throw them out there and now we can help. We are not all illiterate, uneducated parents. Some of us have gone to college and graduated.
Ms. Howell, I just want to say thank you for coming tonight. I hear you as a parent, even as for speaking for folks who aren't parents. Our children are very important, but it does become more personal when we talk about our students that are currently navigating the system. I can't promise you anything today, but I will look into it and I will continue to reach out to you and get your feedback and your thoughts, because I think that is valuable and it is wanted, and it is, as much as sometimes it doesn't feel solicited, it's important. And so whatever I can do to support ensuring that your student gets a great education here at KCKPS, I want to be a part of that, as well as all the other 22,000 students that we have here, because that's what we're in the business of doing. And so I appreciate you coming here tonight. I know that you are just one parent that had the access and the resources to be here tonight, but there are other parents that feel the same way you do. And so how do we as a board take that information and make actions, or make sure that that information shared, that Ms. Campbell shared, is accessible to all parents? I think that Parents as Partners newsletter is a great place to start. And so I look forward to potentially seeing that information there, as well as ensuring that parents do have what they need to make sure that their students are successful.
I
So thank you.
appreciate that. We just need some.
And I too wanted to say thank you for sharing. We need to know, we need to hear. A lot of times at this level, we don't always get it. And it's not to say what you said is invalid. I assure you today, somebody, and I know Dr. Campbell is going to get right on it, and we all need to get out and reach out more and see what needs to be done, because we appreciate you having the courage and taking the time to come up and say, I want to help my baby. And that's important.
I appreciate you all, and thank you for the extra time. I know I went over the extra 3 minutes, but I just, I am desperate right about now. Now, we're in the 11th grade here. I got to get something going on. Thank you so much. You have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Howell, for joining us tonight. And I think as a board, we echo what our board members have said, and we will do what we can. We can't make promises, that's absolutely true, but we will do everything that we can. Thank you, Ms. Howell, for being here and for advocating for your student and for other students as well.
Yeah, and I just want to add, Dr. Campbell, and I appreciate Ms. Howe working with Dr. Campbell. And as I acknowledged in my comments, we did discover some gaps in our system, and Dr. Campbell is working with her team to address those gaps. But we'll make sure that we let the board know, as well as all of our parents know, how to access it, and then go and double check to make sure the things that, the systems, we put better systems in place to ensure that this doesn't happen to any other students.
Thank you. Next on our agenda item is an update from our library director, Ms. Carol Levers. Ms. Levers, if you'd come to the podium. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Stubblefield. Showing. It's on my screen, but, oh, okay, there it is. Thank you. This is just the month of October. It's been a very busy month for the library. Of course, we had our 7th annual Library in the Park. Thank you, Ms. Drew, for supporting us. We always appreciate that. The activities included a book signing. We had, obviously, the book sale was the draw. And we had face paintings, we had live music, we had dancer performance, we had different tables of activities. And if you, this is just a few of the pictures. If you're interested, you can go onto our website, flickr.com, and /photos/KCKPL to see much more. This is just what we've taken up during, after the Library in the Park. We had 856 people turn up. We had a Reader's Advisory tent, and 100 people visited that tent. We had 150 people going to our e-community tent. We had a Schlegel, Mr. and Mrs. F.L. Schlegel tent, and we had 175 people visiting that tent. A lot of 87 people visited our mobile library. We had the mobile library there as well. And then, obviously, we've asked people, how did you hear about it? And Facebook is always the #1 vehicle for getting the word out, and you can see all that. Obviously, people enjoyed the palettos. We handed out about 700 of those, so they were great. We made $6,565.50 on our books. Also, we had a couple librarians from Croatia. It's our sister library. Croatia is actually our sister city, and we've been working with them over the last 2 years. Visit us to be able to see how we work with diverse communities, immigrants, because they are getting the influx in Europe, and they're not sure, to see how we are handling. So for the whole week, they from Karlovac in Croatia, we visited each library, and they, in each branch, had a tour for them, and they had a getting to know you sessions. Each library is kind of different, even though we have one system, but it depends on who we serve, of how we're doing what. And they would exchange information to our staff as well. We, obviously, this is still part of the Library in the Park. Those are the two sitting under the American Jazz Museum, because they wanted to come and see and listen to jazz. So I had to take them to the Jazz Museum and to at least enjoy that. They wanted to immerse themselves and enjoy. We took them to Mr. and Mrs. F.L. Schlegel, and they were floored. They've never experienced a library like that. and they are taking everything back over. We had some fun facts flyers that we shared with the people at the library in the park, and this is just one of them. Just to hand to the people and let them know what we are doing to serve them and to support them. Our physical collection obviously is 372,574 print books. Our DVDs, we have 76,000. Audio, 31,000. And if you line them side by side, over collection could stretch from one side of Wyandotte County and back. That's how many items we have that we could offer our people. And then we have, how many people visited us last year? 405,272 items that were borrowed, 609,000. The most circulated books, Judge Liz by John Gresham, and of course, all the others we've shared with you. But I just thought these were fun facts that the community was excited to have, and they didn't know about it. Another one was obviously how much dollars does the library save you? And the total a year per person, if you are part of the group that borrowed books, 401,513 books, you would save $6,512,998, just of what the community would have spent if they had to buy those things. And we broke it down with, how many people attended programs and how much that would have saved them. A total for the year value that the library has actually saved the community was $9,209,724.75. These are just fun facts that we shared with the community at that time. We also organized a author visit. Jason Reynolds, who is a New York Times bestseller. And we just wanted to throw it out to all. We couldn't do it just to specific libraries or schools. So we decided all the high schools in Wyandotte County and all the middle schools in Wyandotte County, we opened up for him to visit them via Skype. Sorry, I'm too old. Zoom.
What's Skype?
It's a long day, sorry. So it was fantastic, and he was just a great author. And then after the author visit, one of the librarians at the Wyandotte High School wrote me an email, said, "Thank you so much. My kids had a physical buzz coming off of them after that session. I'm not sure they even realized it, but I could feel it." So I was so glad that we could organize that. We included Piper High and middle school, Turner High and middle school, and all our schools as well, which was a fantastic day. Question? Thank you.
Thank
I
you, Ms.
don't-
Beavers. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Russell.
I was just gonna say, I don't have a question, but I will just say, I wasn't at that Jason Reynolds thing, but like it was all over Twitter and Facebook, and so that was amazing to see, and what a unique and innovative way to bring so many classrooms together over, not one simple, but one little thing that we can do with today's technology, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions for Ms. Levers? If not, is there a motion to accept the library director's report?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Ms. Levers, and all of your library staff for what you do. Next on our agenda are board updates and approval. Board, these items have come up before the board previously and are up for recommended action. First agenda item, it is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal to purchase Scholastic grab-and-go books for students in grades EC through 12th grade as submitted by Ms. Darcy Swan, Dr. Judith Campbell, and Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item, it's recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the consulting contract with Aspirational Insights as submitted by Dr. Judith Campbell and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next agenda item, it's recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal totaling $223,772 from WTI as submitted by Doug Clements, Director of Physical Property, Steve Lilly, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next agenda item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the solicitation for bids to replace 2 chillers at F.L. Schlegel High School and 2 chillers at Eisenhower Middle School in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED as submitted by Wayne Correll, Steve Lilly, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah,
and
Ms.
I
Page.
should have asked that earlier. What's the difference between a chiller and a furnace or a heater? Just wanted to know.
Got Wayne coming up to the microphone.
Yeah, Doug Clements would normally be able to answer this question, but he was called away on an emergency at a building. Chiller is an air conditioner. It's up on top of the
Okay.
building. It's high-volume air conditioner.
Okay, thank
These are
you.
beyond their service life. So
Okay.
Thank you, Wayne. Additional questions? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next agenda item, it's recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the posting of solicitations for the following capital improvement projects: invitation for bids for Sumner Academy field upgrade, invitation for bids for high school weight room upgrades, invitation for bids for sound and stage upgrades for schools, request for qualifications, consulting services for development of facilities master plan, as submitted by Steve Lilly, Chief Operating Officer, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Continuing with our agenda, under new business items, number 7, these are for informational purposes tonight. No action is required or requested of the board tonight, but for informational purposes. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the information, but we are open for questions on the items that are coming up at this moment. The first one is the back snack program. Are there any questions around that item? Okay. Seeing none, again, these will come back around at a later date, but we wanted to make sure the board had all of the information presented to you. The next agenda item is an informational item on the purchase of new audiovisual systems for F.L. Schlegel High School cafeteria, the Peace Room, and the library from Kansas City Audiovisual. Any questions on that agenda item?
Yeah, I have a question.
Please, Ms. Page.
How do the other systems look at the other schools? Is this something that each year we'll do a different school? And will they be provided the same thing? Because I know in going to Wyandottes graduation, unless it's gotten better, their PA system was not the best. So is this something we're doing at every school?
Well, earlier in the year, this is Wayne Correll from District Purchasing Director. Earlier in the year, we did this at Harmon High School. It was
Okay.
also part of the Kaufman Grant. This is being funded by the Kaufman Grant. I know as part of the sound system that you just recently approved here, or let's see, hold on a second. The posting of solicitations for capital improvement projects, the sound systems for auditoriums are on that posting.
Okay.
So we're posting bids for those,
Okay, but
for Y and
this
dot and secondary.
was a little different, so will the others get some of the little perks?
I don't know to the extent. I know the bid that's going to be posted for the capital improvement projects will be for the auditorium specifically. If there is a grant available to cover, I'll check on it and I'll get back.
Okay, because I'm not expecting you to give me an answer tonight.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do it for one, I want every high school to have whatever they need to have.
And we've done it for Harmon. We're going to do it for Schlegel. I'll see what else is in the works.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Any additional questions? Okay, again, this will come back, and please, board, if there are additional questions, please send those along to Dr. Stubblefield. We'll make sure to get those passed along to the appropriate staff and responded to. Our next item is to accept as informational item the recommendation to approve the contract with ExamSpark. Are there questions regarding this item? Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
Ms. Page, yes, please.
I don't know if I had that. I couldn't remember if I put that in the questions that I sent. What other districts are using this system?
Dr. Conrad is online with us. Oh, there he is. I don't know why I thought you were online. But I will say as he's coming, part of this is so that we can have common assessments, and as Ms. Howe was describing, just, making sure that all of our students have things in place. This will allow us to have some common data across the district in order to see where there may be gaps. But I can't answer to who is using it, but I did want to share that part.
Thank you. Zachary Conrad, Executive Director of DERA and TIS. ExamSpark within this state, I don't know of any other districts that are using ExamSpark within the state. I know that it is being used in other states, but none in this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Conrad. Thank you, Ms. Page. Additional questions? Okay. Again, if there are more questions, please send those along to our staff, to Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
Ms. Clark.
Really quick. Dr. Conrad, does this go back into the presentation? So I'm trying to connect dots. The presentation you did maybe last board meeting or the meeting before that, and we talked about like connecting dots when things are coming back in front of us, and is
Yes.
this, okay.
This is specifically for a district common assessment, and we will be rolling that out for the first time the last week of October.
Okay,
That's what we're shooting.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for reading my mind too. I did not articulate that very well, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Our next agenda item is an informational item around the contract with SWYE 360. Are there questions regarding this item? Okay. Seeing none at this time, thank you. Again, board, if any questions arise regarding any of those new business items, please send those along to Dr. Stubblefield, and we'll make sure we get those passed along to the appropriate staff, and responses will be given to all board members on any questions that are submitted.
Can I say just something about that item? Because as I thought about like our students not necessarily accessing their textbooks and those kind of things, this particular item, and board members, you can ask more questions before we bring it back for approval, will allow us to pull the data to see if teachers, students, whomever, with a lot of the digital content, how often they're accessing it, and that type of thing, and that'll help us close the gap in the system, because if we had seen no student had accessed the Algebra 2 book, that would have been a red flag for us, so that we could have asked questions versus Mrs. Howe's experience with her daughter. That will help us with that, but that's a part of that particular item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Okay, next up, we will hear from Samry Devon, so would ask her to come to the podium, and we will hear a board report on employee strategic plan update. So good afternoon and welcome. Glad to have you in front of us today.
Well, thank you. We're excited to be here. So good evening, Board President Mr. Lopez, Vice President Mrs. Clark, board members, Superintendent Stubblefield, and the KCKPS community. So I am Samry Devon, and I have the honor to serve in the role as Associate Superintendent of HR. And so I'd just like to first take this opportunity to thank you very much for allowing us this time and space to provide all of you with an HR update tonight, and to highlight all the important work that our team is doing currently, and also to be able to highlight all the work that still needs to be done within our department. So thank you for that. So we are going to be addressing the strategic goal. I'm going to go with this slide first. We're going to be addressing the strategic goal of a high-performing workforce for you tonight. So in HR, we strive every single day to be an effective HR partner. So you're going to see our symbol of an HR partner in the bottom of each of these screens here tonight. So the work that we do is to support all of our employees so they can do the important work that is needed to be able to be done on a daily basis for our students to be successful. And especially with the community comment tonight, it's even more successful. So that's why we exist here. So as you can see, we have developed a set of norms, or a set of the way we do business. I put that in front of you tonight so that you can understand our rules of engagement in our office. So we are committed to these, and we hold each other accountable for those too each day. And we revisit them quite a bit too. So tonight's presentation is going to begin with Mrs. Middleton. She is the HR Director of Secondary. So she's going to share with you a little review of some demographic data. Not only, it says district here, but not only at the district level, but the state level, and our nation too. So where we are right now in the field of education. Then after that, we will have Dr. April Sutherland. She is the HR Director for Elementary and Early Childhood, and she's going to review for you some of the work that we've done with retention strategies and our next steps. And most important is this work is continued, as you will be able to see tonight. Retention we put first because, as we know, retention is a lot more impactful than recruitment is with our student learning, so that's why we chose to put that first. Recruitment tonight, I know everyone is familiar with the work of Cynthia Folks, and she will update you tonight with what we are doing with our recruitment program. And then I'm not going to address it tonight, but please know in your enclosure there is a report, a timeline, an action step report to address the audits that's been in front of you, an action step there. So we're going to go ahead and begin. And Mrs. Middleton.
Thank you, Ms. Devon. Good evening, Board, Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening.
So as Ms. Devon just told you, we are looking at data from several areas to help us guide and plan to attract and develop and retain employees here in our district. So looking at the national data, what we find is that there is a decline in those that are going into education, as you can see from 1999, 2000 to our current most recent data is 17, 18. However, we do know that there is also a decline in the number of people of color that are going into education as well. That's definitely a concern of ours, but we also know that we need to know this so that when we are planning and setting goals in our department, that we are aware of what the trends are looking like nationally across our country when it comes to teacher programs and teacher going into people going into education as well. We are also looking at our state data. We notice that our state data is mirroring the national data with less than 10% of people of color teaching in our schools across the state of Kansas. We know that this is a concern of ours. We know that this is definitely something that we have to keep our eye on and focus on when we are having those conversations, especially around retaining our teachers of color that we have here, as well as recruiting more teachers of color coming into our district, because we know that there is a significant number of students of color in our district, so that is very important. So as we go into our local data, we look at our staff data and we look at our students' data. We see that our staff data definitely mirrors our national and state data. It should be expected. But what we know is that it is very important for us to try to get our data to mirror what our student demographics look like, because we know that there is a huge benefit in our students of color seeing our teachers and staff in those leadership roles that will help them be successful. We have read many reviews as well as research that states that when a student of color sees themselves in their classroom, they are more successful in that K through 12 experience than anything ever. What we know is that they are likely to graduate and they are likely to go on to post-secondary education as well as secondary training as well. So we know that that information is important, and when we see this, we know that it's very important for us to have grow our own programming that we have here. And we also know that we have to continue that and we have to push that and encourage our students to go into that program because it's not only valuable to our school, but to our community as well. As we work to attain qualified staff, we must also be aware that about the number of people that are going into national teacher programming preparations across the country. That number is going up, but it is not going up with our people of color. It is definitely different and lower than our counterparts. But what we also know is that many people of color that go into education, they go through that through alternate programming. And so it is very important when we think about our fellows programming and our parents to teacher programming and things of that nature, why we have to cultivate that and support that and continue to develop all those resources that we have here in the district to continue to grow our own within our community. So as we look at that, we know that that's where our retention comes from. We know that that builds on our recruitment. It builds on all of our goals that we're doing and to support our staff and our students in our district. Now I'm going to turn over to retention to Dr. Sutherland.
Good afternoon, good evening to the board and everyone. Retention. What is retention? Well, when I think of the word retention, and people probably hear something like it's the process to hold or to keep up with. And so tonight I'm going to go ahead and just give you a little talk about what retention is. The Department of Labor Statistics stated in November 21 of 4.5 million people resigned from their job. 45% of those people said it had a negative effect. There are 5 top reasons why people usually resign from their job. With this study, some of the things they stated, number 1 was because they wanted better compensation. Number 2, they didn't agree with the COVID guidelines. Number 3, just needed a change. Number 4, they wanted a better work-life balance. And number 5, they wanted to have better benefits. So based on those top 5, there are more reasons that people usually do have resigned from their jobs. As we go forward and you look at the retention data that we have here for the Kansas City Public Schools, I want you to keep in mind those 5 top areas that people may resign from or why the retention data may look as it is. However, please note that there may be other reasons, such as death, there may be a spouse move or grieving or any other things that may cause people to not come back to their job. So if you look at 2019 to 2020, and we have here for you today 3 years. If you look at the top of each, you have the retention rate for Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. That would be everyone involved. That's 87.3, then it's 85, like 86%, and 82. So what you have is what we have retained with having over 3,000 staff members, a little over 3,000 staff members. This is our retainment numbers for each year. Classified would consist of our bus drivers, our nurses, our social workers, and such on. Our certified staff would be our teachers. In that area, that number, that would also include our administrators as well as our district personnel, our district administrators. So if you look from 2019 to 2020, Our retainment rate of percentage was 87.3. Then you notice it's 85.84, and then 21.82. Like I stated before, in November 21, we know retention is not fiction, it's fact, that in education and in all jobs, people have resigned from jobs. So what you see here is a decrease in the numbers, which is to be expected. Now, what I don't have in front of you is, was it because of COVID guidelines? Was it because of benefits? It is not defined particularly why the people left, and that is something that we hope to work on for you to have in the future. But when you look at the number of employees that left, the classified, please note with classified jobs, those are jobs that we hire for on a regular basis, every day. And certified jobs are mostly the jobs that people are in contracts or in regularly. Now, the national statistics of education stated, and this is even before COVID, every year, 8% of educators may leave the education field before they have really gotten into the field. It also says that 8% of educators may change and go to another school district or another school. That's already given us a 16% of a turnover rate. So if you look from 2019 all the way to 2022, you will see we have a rate of decreasing anywhere from 1.5 to about 5 or 6%. Do we like for things to decrease? No. However, we know with our times and for the last 3 years, this is the rate. But overall, this has been our retention rate. And once again, what I don't have before you is the specifics of each one. So that was the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools District of how we have retained our retention throughout the years. So we looked at several articles. We read different national studies. One of the studies that we looked at was, this was from the Ed Week Research Center. And it just says, a glimpse of teacher retention on a national scale. In this article, there were about 10 questions. And so we picked out 2 to share with you tonight. It says, if someone asked me in the fall of 2019, before the pandemic, how likely was I to leave teaching in the next 2 years? I would reply. So look at those responses from very unlikely to very likely. Now look at the question, was it the likelihood that you would leave teaching in the next 2 years? So before the pandemic, you had 13% of teacher responses. And then now, or even more, would probably be higher, you see 33%, which you would see a change of over 20%. Like Ms. Middleton shared earlier, people going into the education field, and I keep showing, I told you before, any job field, we see that there is some type of decline in the area, but knowing this is where our teachers are, and based on what we have in the Kansas City, Kansas Publics, and this was just a glimpse of the national. Now, so I said, what is retention? The process to hold or to keep. So here are some current strategies that we are working on right now in the Kansas City, Kansas Public School District. Retention incentive pay. We just recently gave incentive pay anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000. That was a pay that I'm sure people were proud to receive before staying with us. The revised board transfer policy. Now, in the past, this has been a policy that you cannot transfer in another position after a certain amount of years, after 3 years. And so now you can do that yearly. Our HR Power Hours. We had our first annual HR Power Hour in the month of October. And what we're trying to do with this is to make sure that administrators can come, ask questions in human resource, we have different topics. Our topic was supporting new staff, whatever we can give to help with retention or any avenue and give people the opportunities to ask questions. The insurance, contributing more to family insurance. We work with a company called CBIS, and what we have done is we have changed the volume, the price of what it is for our family insurance. And we were told that we were one of the only ones in the area who have made this change with the contributions of the payment to the family insurance plans. based on the board. Longevity payment. Longevity payment in the past has been 10 years. Every 10 years, there would be an annual percentage that you would receive. So now, after your 5th year, you will receive a payment after being in the district between 5 and 9 years, so after your 5th year. District administration visibility. The district administration visibility from our Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Campbell wanted our district leaders to be out in the community, out in the schools. I've seen many of you all out. We have been out and making sure that we're visible and being able to talk and work with others. And we kicked off, it will start this week, our district-wide kindness campaign. And this is a campaign where we want to promote kindness. And like Ms. Emery stated earlier, you see our partners in the corner of every slide because we want to make sure that we partner with each and every one of you all. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything for you all because this is just some strategies that we are doing and we're going to continue to work for more. But there are strategies that are not here. One of the main strategies, and I will be amiss if I did not mention this to you, one of the main strategies that you do not see on this board today is you. I think it's very important that we understand that retention is all of us. It's the process to hold and to keep. If you have a student that's in a school and he goes home and he says that I had a great day at school, he says that my teachers were great, the principal knew my name. If he said all of these things, what happens next? The parent gets excited. Process to hold and to keep. And then what happens with that parent? She or he then goes tells other parents. And this is how we get our name to say good things with the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Just as our teachers and our staff. If they say good things about what's going on, what they're learning, and then that goes on. How we treat our staff in the buildings, how we treat our staff in the district office, that is all a part of retention. Now, retention is not always going to be good. It's a fact. It's not fiction. So because that same young boy could come home and state that he had a bad day at school, his principal did not speak to him, it's still retention because then the question becomes, it's still about you. How do we handle that problem? What do we do to make sure that we care about our students? Dr. Stubblefield said it in the beginning, KCKPS school district is about all of us. So retention, yes, we gave you strategies today. We're going to continue, but we challenge you in our HR department that when you're thinking about ways to keep people and ways that we want to go forward, remember you. We all play a part in retention. Also, in our school district, we want a healthy, vibrant lifestyle for our staff members. So we have meaningful resources and outstanding opportunities for our staff. What you see before you, we have an EAP, employment program. We have different assessments. We have different challenges. Right now, we have a water challenge going on. We have a Move It challenge going on. There are grants that are offered to classrooms. There's monthly financial challenges. There are things that are offered throughout to make sure that we're looking at the physical, mental, and social emotion of all of our staff. So, before I conclude, next steps. So I told you retention is the process to hold and to keep. And it still begins with you. But these are some things that we continue to do. We partner with the Kansas Teacher Retention Initiative. There was a study done, and 77% of all of the staff in the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools did this survey. And what they did with this survey, they talked about what drives. They based the survey based on high satisfaction and low satisfaction. I'm not going to go into each one of those steps, but I want you to know we will be coming back forward with information that was gathered to tell what is going to give us the best high satisfaction, what we can do to bring up the low satisfaction here in the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Building and district culture and climate surveys. We plan to have those surveys for you all in December and once again in April. The building surveys will be for all of the teachers and the staff in the building. The district will be for the principals and administrators for the district. And so we want to have these surveys so we can find out what it is that our staff needs, what we need to look for. And once again, we're not sugarcoating, things that we need to work on and improve. Substitute teacher, book study and a committee to improve the experience. This is a book, Substantial Classrooms. It's a great book. We are going to have a study because as we all know, right now, we have several substitute teachers while in our buildings. And how this book is a design plan that talks about how we make sure we're welcoming our substitutes, what we're doing to improve the experience, and maybe making our substitutes teachers. And we plan to have that book study with members from our office, from central office, as well as from the building in January 23rd. We are going to develop an exit survey. So then I can come back and tell you, did our people leave? Did they resign because of those top 5 reasons, or was it other reasons? And that exit survey will be able to answer those questions. But something that we also want to do is a stay survey. And this will be in March of 23. And what a stay survey consists of would be questions. How was your experience in the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools? What did you like? What didn't you like? What made your day? And this is our way of establishing trust within the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools with our relationships with everyone. And so those stay surveys are something that has been done in other school districts in Kansas City, in Kansas, and that's something that we want to take on. We also want to go back to and reestablish, you all might remember, classified meet and confer groups. This was a time when classified staff could come in, talk, and tell their experiences with someone from HR, things that they need to work on, because we in the HR, as we're your partners, believe everyone's voice should be heard. And last but not least, this year we had the privilege to volunteer at the Latinx Education Conference. And so next year we want to partner with them, not only volunteer, but be a partner. So I ask you again, what is retention? It's a process to hold and to keep. And we said several things, but it also starts with you. At this time, I offer Ms. Cynthia Folks, who will come up and talk about recruitment.
Good afternoon, board members, President Lopez, Dr. Stubblefield, and to each and every one under the sound of my voice this evening, as well as our community. My name is Cynthia Folks. I've had the pleasure of serving as the Assistant Director of Recruitment for about 6 years. And of those 6 years, the last 2 years, I've also been in leadership with the substitute staffing team. That started just a couple of months right before pandemic. And if you will just go with me for a moment, I'd like you to just hear my voice. Relax, breathe in for a moment, and breathe out. The reason I'm asking you that is because if you remember March of 2020, the day that the governor said that we all must go home, and that we must close our schools, and we have to find a different way and an alternative way to teach our students. If you remember where you were that day, and if you remember the things that we didn't know the first day that that happened, and then you project into September of 2021, where we were able to come back into the schools, but we were virtual. And we were virtual during 2020 into 2021, but we also had to come back under a variety of guidelines that we had never, ever had in order to teach our students and in order to recruit appropriate staff who would be here for our students. That's what I hope you remember as I go through these last few slides to just get to the end of our presentation this evening and to share with you some of those things that we learned, some of those things that we did correctly, and some of those things we know that we can improve upon that were a challenge. Stephen Covey, of course, a major author. One of his 7 highly habits in the books that you read in terms of effective staff and, effective people, I think of staff, is that always begin with the end in mind. What do we want with the end in mind? We want to serve our mission statement. We want to make sure that we live it and that we not only breathe it and that we don't give partiality to it, but that we give our full self to be authentic, to be able to carry out this mission. Recruitment, as you have heard, it is affecting the national, the state, as well as our local area. But in spite of that, you have charged us in HR, you have charged me with your confidence in terms of recruitment to be able to go out there and to try and find effective people from the classroom all the way to the custodian room, from our bus drivers all the way into HR, and to be more effective in spite of these things that we are seeing on a national, state, and a local basis. So with that in mind, I'd like to just give you a couple of things that we always remind ourselves of, because when we're standing at those booths and we're representing Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, we are among over 200, sometimes 300 school districts who have come to a very small place in Missouri and Kansas at a small college or a large college, and we have to set ourselves apart. But we have to understand what we're facing. So what you see before you is part of a study that was conducted and released in early 2022 that was conducted in 2021 by Emporia State, Dr. Church and Dr. Simmering. And that Kansas Teacher Retention Initiative is very important because what it found are these 5 areas. There was much more in the study. We can make it available to you, but I thought this might give us a basic foundation to start from tonight about what has affected us over these past 18 months. Kansas teacher vacancies throughout the whole state, including our rural areas, our suburban areas, and our urban areas, had an increase of 62% of vacancies between fall of 2020 to 2021. 2/3 of our school districts have reported teacher shortages in a variety of ways, and I know our teachers, our administrators are living it still today. 55% of those teachers are planning, as you had already heard, to leave the classroom, but this study actually really talks about what is happening in the state of Kansas, in the state of Missouri, and our neighboring states, from which a lot of our staff members actually move and come from to our school district. And last but not least, the teacher preparation enrollment is down by 1/3. So what does this really mean in terms of what we have been facing to recruit on the behalf of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools? As we are, whether you believe we're coming out of the pandemic or we're in the endemic or we might be waiting to see what happens during the fall, this is real-time information. This map only represents the dates that we know right now in which a number of states are opening up their campuses, business events, organizational events, as well as conferences where we might be able to go and find diverse employees who are willing to come in here for certified as well as classified staff. So this map should not be taken, I hope, it shouldn't be taken as, oh, this is all we're doing, Cynthia, for the year of 22-23 school year. We are still seeking out some of those dates because some of these areas are trying to decide if they're only going to offer virtual opportunities or if they are going to offer on-site opportunities for us to be back in those spaces and places. So these particular states that you see, we have for the Green Stars, places that we were going on-site if they would let us in during this 2020-21 and the beginning of the 22 school year. The places in yellow that you see, for example, represent some of the places where we had virtual events that they allowed us to come into, as well as future visits that are already on the books with a particular date. So let me give you an example. You see represented on here some of the colleges, both from Missouri, Kansas, some in Arkansas, Oklahoma. You also see here that there is going to be an HBCU virtual career fair on November the 8th of 2022. Some of those HBCs have not totally opened back up for on-site opportunities where we can go and find staff that would be representative of where we have our current vacancies. But they are gathering together as groups, and these are the type of groups that sometimes we need to be involved in from the virtual perspective. As I said, we have booths that if you have a chance to come in and you have a chance to tell someone about who you are, show them where you exist, what we have to offer, everyone's doing the same thing right now at that booth. But at the virtual sites, we were only given 10 minutes on a chat to be able to move from one person to the other, and that's only if that candidate decided to come into our virtual booth. That's a lot different, a 10-minute conversation, and then we had to be able to provide for them who we are and what we represented to their possible career moves. So when you see this again, as I said, we are very inspired to be able to utilize all these different formats, social, physical, on-site, virtual, but we do realize that it is still a challenge to get our name and who we are and what our students represent and what these individuals can mean to our students if they would just fill out our application and give us a chance to have a full conversation and invite them in for interviews. I want to pause here to just say I am so grateful to our administrators on the instructional side and to our administrators on the operations side, because they have learned overnight how to get on and maneuver all of these software products and the video chats that happen through screens and cameras and so forth and so on, and all the things that we witness in terms of instructionally that our students are going through. Think about that when it's time to interview someone. And so we are very grateful from the HR staff that they are on this journey with us. They have opened up their time. They are even trying to interview on Saturdays and Sundays if that's what they need to do, because they know how important it is to just grab someone immediately as soon as we can move that application over to them. What informs the sites that we go to? I'll just briefly speak about that. There are several sites when you don't have the data that we would like to have, but we're going to get, as Dr. Sutherland just spoke with you about. We actually have other things that I want the community to understand and know. First of all, we do have and work with the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. We work with it by getting the data from them, and although we're not members or have not been, we plan to join and be a member of that group. There's over 330 colleges, over 22 states. And did you know that 14 colleges with over 50% of bachelor degreed Hispanic population in education and other fields resides in the state of Illinois? Did you know that? We often think of it in our southern states and on the east and west coast, but that might have an opportunity that we can go in because we're only a few hours away from that state. And those individuals, if they knew about us, would have an opportunity to share with us and possibly think about coming to our district. HBCUs, I've talked a little bit about the virtual fairs that are going on. The National Student Clearinghouse is an actual KCK alum report that we can get from our DARA department, and they've given it to me every year that I've been here to share where our students are going, and therefore we can go where those students are. We can let them know where some of what it is to come back and work in our school district. Last but not least, Diploma Plus has provided their scholarship list of colleges and universities to us so that we can share with those alumni. Again, if you're in this region and you stay in this region while you're going to get your degrees, then we can offer part-time jobs. We can offer those internships. We can offer summer work. And we do that until you successfully are able to graduate. And then we give you an early offer as much as we can for those type of vacancies that we have available. I only have just a couple of more slides, and then I will end my part of the presentation. One of the things that's very important is that you heard from Mrs. Middleton that non-traditional ways and alternative license pathways provides the most opportunity to receive teachers of color. So we have a dual plan right now. This is not all of our plan, but we have a dual plan, both for the traditionally licensed teachers, which is on the left side of this document that you see, and on the right-hand side, some of the things that we have been doing to attract non-traditional career changers into the teaching field. So thank you so much for the board over these past few years for allowing us to be able to offer those hard-to-fill stipends, for offering a small relocation support for our teachers, for the tuition assistance that you allow in terms of being able to offer some assistance for going back and getting your master's degree program. And recently for the retired teachers. Some of you joined us when we had the retired teachers information session and career fair, and we were successful in gathering some of those individuals to come back and work either as retired teachers or either as substitute teachers. On the right-hand side of this, we've already mentioned our teaching fellows program. Our limited apprenticeship license program, which is actually how it is known now versus the parent teacher program that we grew up with. It is the same program, but now under KSDE, Kansas State Department of Education. This is the area that we're going into. Special education waivers, you have allowed us to pay for those tuition dollars as well for those general education teachers who are already here that want to go into special education, and that's a pathway that they have. And then last but not least, did you know we have visiting international teachers who come from Spain, who come from Germany, who come from other areas in highly qualified areas? That is through KSDE, but we work with them in order for them to be here. That is just a few sources that we go to. How do we honor our classified employees? What are we doing for them? You have asked the question as board members, what are we doing recruitment for bus drivers? What are we doing to bring down the amount of vacancies we have for hiring in food services, and so forth and so on? This is just an example of some of the things that we're doing in terms of making sure that we have a focused recruiting program. Before pandemic, it was much easier to just look at it from a general perspective and go out there and represent all of these areas that we've talked about, but that no longer works. And so, for example, recently, when we had an increase in the pay salaries for up to $15 an hour, we know we're still competing with corporate America in terms of some of those same food service salaries. But now, we tell them, you don't have to work during the summer. You have your weekends off. Restaurant workers have to work longer hours and longer shifts. Those are some of the things that we tailor into a focused recruitment opportunity. Did you know that we were giving free work keys assessments? What does that mean? It means that if there's anyone who has not had 60 college credit hours, and they still desire to be an early childhood teacher associate, to be an ESL aide, to be a paraprofessional, to be an instructional aide for some of our virtual teaching opportunities, we tell them we will pay for that work keys assessment, and we offer it every week. And we've offered it throughout the Kansas City, Kansas area. So that's available for them, that if they pass it, we can make an immediate offer for them to come on board. And then last but not least, we are so grateful. We are one of the only schools that I'm aware of, and I keep checking every month, honestly, through a substitute group that I'm a part of, that we offer benefits in the way that we offer benefits to substitute teachers now to be building sub-teachers. With that in mind, I want to just end by saying these are some of our next steps. We want to continue conversations with department leaders. So as we brought down the bus driver, and it wasn't just we, it was a collective effort. When we were able, and you heard back in July that we needed around 25 to 30 bus drivers to safely transport our students so that we would not have to change routes, we're down to only needing 4 now because of the joint things that we did. And we're going to continue to move throughout the district to make sure that happens. We are, as long as we're back into on-site or whether it's virtual, we're absolutely going to be back out into our HBCUs. Before the pandemic, we went to Louisiana, we went to New Orleans, we went to Philadelphia, we went to Michigan, where there was a high population of special education teachers, teachers of color. We went those places. We went to North Carolina. Some of you may not be aware of that. So we plan to go back into those areas as they begin to open up more. You've heard about the fact that we're continuing our partnership with the Latinx educational organizations, but how does that affect us bottom line here? And this is where I will end. That last shoe that you see there, I hope you know those are shoes. I hope that was, yeah. If you don't, now you know. But what we want you to know is that we take seriously some of the community comments that have come to our board members that you have shared with us. You have shared that the application process might be taking too long. You've got to do something about that. We have modified the application process. We have looked at that and we have taken away unnecessary or redundancy in that. And that is operating or has been operating within the past 30 days. You have said to us that we need someone to help with those applications, Cynthia, because everyone can't do it. I would like to say as of last week, we had our first career fair where we had access to computers on site. And before those individuals went away from that food service career fair, we had 3 HR personnel who stayed the entire fair to assist those people to get their application started or to finish it. So they didn't have to go to a library and they didn't have to go back home and not have access to the digital processes they need to just have their voice heard. With that in mind, substitute services are being reviewed. We need to build from the ground up. At one point in time, we had close to 500 substitutes, and we're down to less than 300 at this point. So when you hear that our teachers are working overtime or our classified staffs are working overtime to fill in the gaps, it's now time as we come out of this pandemic to be able to affect changes in that area. That is the conclusion, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation and information. Ms. Samry, was there anything
Yeah, I just wanted to just say thank you to the leadership team here, not only the 3 ladies that presented tonight, but we also have Angela Monroe that is in charge of payroll in the audience here support too. So I appreciate all 4 of these. Every day we learn together, we collaborate together, and we know we have a lot that we can celebrate, the work that we've done, but we've also got a lot of work ahead of us, and we know that, and we're committed to that, and we hold each other accountable for that. So we'll entertain any questions that you have for us or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Devon. I'll open it up to the floor for questions. Ms. Clark?
I do have a couple. So thank you so much for everything you presented tonight. It was clean and I was able to quickly understand it. I also want to just call out, thank you for the surveys. That is something that I have asked and other board members have asked so many times on the stay interviews and the exit interviews. I do have one question, and if it's too early, I'm okay with that. Are you thinking about the interviews being conducted by maybe a direct manager, or is it an electronic version? Just curious about that.
No, yeah, that's a great question. So we have talked about that. We are going to do a retention survey, and I know our staff might have a lot of fatigue survey going on right now, but we're going to do a retention survey. And then so like, when's the last time you thought about leaving your position? How can we support you? What about PD? Do you have the resources you need? Those types of things. We're also going to build trust. So our HR team is going to do those one-on-one those one-on-one stay interviews, because we want to meet the folks and have some one-on-one time with them to build that trust.
Okay.
So it will be the HR team.
Thank you. I do have one more question. And maybe I missed it. So one of the things that I think we've heard a lot of is, like, how do you figure out protocol? How do you know who to reach and contact in HR? Even from our leadership team, they've sometimes wondered, how do they escalate employee issues? Is that something that will always also be addressed, and maybe we just didn't talk about it tonight?
Yes, I mean, we have some of that information out there on our administrative guide, which is Administrator Guide Desk. So we have that information and exactly who is in charge of what within our department. We are working on another document that we can actually post on our website where it needs to be, so all of our employees will have access to that.
And I was just going to add, tomorrow, what I'm starting this year is a quarterly administrators roundtable, and it's about an hour with all of our directors and our principals, and HR is the first group that's up, so they'll be able to show all of the supervisors where they can find that and some other things that have come up from employees about navigating HR. So we'll start doing those about once a quarter to address some of those issues. HR won't always have all the time, but HR is up tomorrow to share.
And Mrs. Clark, if you look at the action steps in October, it is the investigation process. So we're in the process of looking at that standard operation procedures for that, because we understand that they need to know exactly who they go to. Some of our like our classified managers and such like that, to help some of those employee relation issues that they're having.
Okay, my final, and this is more of maybe a suggestion or ask, is as you're looking at that and you're going through the different processes and protocols, is I think sometimes some of the feedback I've heard is even what action is being taken, and maybe not at the director level, those direct supervisors are questioning, like, I'm still managing this employee, but I'm not really sure what's happening or when something will happen. So maybe just a feedback loop that actually goes back to that direct supervisor or manager or whatever level you can have those conversations with, so that those people also don't feel like their voice is not being heard. So
Perfect. No, we appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much. That's how we're going to get better and stronger. So we appreciate that very
I
much.
have no doubt about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, because I've asked a lot of questions that I was concerned about. Because, again, as Howard stated, we want our kids to be successful. And if a district is going to be strong, it has to have a strong HR department. If we're honest, ours has been weak for a long time. I'm not throwing any shade at you. I appreciate the spirit that you gave your reports in, and we're trying to do better and get better, and I think we're on the right road. And we just gotta, but my question is this, or what are we doing? Because we tend to lose a lot of young people after the 5th year. Have you done research? Are you working, trying to figure out what can we do to keep them? Because that's a critical stage. It's a different time span. I'm old school. We came in, we worked till we retired. These young people, and I like their spirit. They come in, if they don't like it, they're gone. So we got to figure out, how do we keep them? And I don't know if you're having discussions about that. How do we work on keeping them and to keep them employed, and that retention word, to stay here to work with us?
I will attempt to answer, and then I will have my colleagues help with that too. One thing I know with the retention study with Emporia State, that's really going to help us, because teachers feel best. The engagement, when we looked at the state of Kansas data, now we have our data, we haven't really done a deep dive into it yet, but we will, is that they stay because they feel like they're part of a group. So it's that collective efficacy that they have. So looking at the support that they get in the building, not only with the leadership in the building, but also with their teams, so like the community comment tonight, how is that teacher being supported by the team and by the principal, and then it goes with up here in the district, how are we pushing down the support to make those things happen? So I think we'll glean some of that information from the retention survey. I think that'll be huge. We'll also get some information from our climate and culture surveys. And again, we're all in this together, so we're going to have principals evaluate us too, and what they need more from us to be able to retain those teachers. Okay.
And then my other comment, you were on the contract committee when we were negotiating for the teachers. There were a couple of things they were concerned about that we had said we would get a committee and do research on. Well, the payback hours, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
So actually, Dr. Campbell is almost finished with one of those committees that came out of negotiations. So she's working, it was the planning time committee. So I know she is working on that right now. She's done a lot of work with that with her teams.
And then another item that a lot of the young teachers brought up is, if they bought a house here, lived here, could they get some kind of perk for making a commitment to stay here? And that is a commitment. When you buy a house, you invest in your community. Again, I'm old school. I grew up with my teachers in the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
I saw them everywhere I went. but it's different, and there's nothing wrong. Times have changed, but is there an incentive for that?
Outside of the relocation incentive and what that is for the any individuals who are not aware, we offer up to $1,000 for our certified staff to come from other areas and be here. And when I say come from other areas, if they have lived about 499 miles from here, then they receive a certain amount of that. If they live over 500 miles from here, then they can receive the whole $1,000. That was recently only because the board saw it fit to support me in that when we were running into some issues, but that was only implemented right before the pandemic, and so we have yet to just kind of see how successful that has been. But the reason I wanted to come up here and tell you is that the recruitment team has been out all last week and today, and they emailed me and said, we are standing beside a Missouri school, I don't want to name who it is, who has 200 apartments that they are giving to any certified staff member to live there for the first 2 years rent-free. This is the kind of thing that we are facing. Dr. Stubblefield and I had a brief conversation, I don't know if she remembers, about 6 months ago, where we know of some cities that have provided funds between the equivalent of our UG and our school district, that there are funds out there where we would be able to pay for what's called public service employees to be able in the county to live in a variety of places that have subsidies. And I am just chomping at the bit to be at the forefront of that, because that will only help us. But in the meantime, what our recruitment team is going to be doing starting next week is speaking in Wyandotte County to a variety of our developers, where they're developing some apartments out there near 435, the ones that are here, downtown. And we want to put together a list of at least what we have available right now while we continue this effort. But we are going to lose out if only so many, less than 30% of our teachers are coming back to this area, who might be our alumni or whatever, are coming back to this area to be our teachers, then the other 70% is absolutely coming from other places, out of state. How do we get them? I can go to every HBCU. There's 67 of the HBCUs who have education degrees, program people who may be completing as candidates, but what do I offer them to pick up and to come?
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things.
Just want to interject. I've had several preliminary conversations with members from UG as well as funders, because I did spend a lot of time in recruitment my entire time in my previous district, regardless of my position. And the one thing that will encourage people to relocate and keep people to stay, they said you can provide housing for the first couple of years. So we've started to do some preliminary research, and also we'll bring something back to the board. But that will take some prioritization of finances if it's going to come from our budget. But I've also talked to a couple of funders who have provided other grants, and it's something that they're absolutely interested in. We just need to make sure we have a location for people to relocate to.
And then I have a question. You ladies are awesome, and I know this is going to come off kind of, but what about the men that are involved in the HR department? Men want to see men, they see ladies, that's beautiful, that's awesome. But if I'm coming, I want to know, you kind of want to see yourself. Are there other men?
Our two recruiters are male, identify as male.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I mean no disrespect, but if you're a guy, you want to see yourself and want to know, are there men? Everybody wants to see themselves. Do I see Hispanic, in the print material? Do I see Asian, African? We tout all this and say we have this international, but if I don't see it, and it's hard to believe, well, she said that, but I didn't see it in the print ad. I don't even see anybody out there trying to recruit. So people, or maybe it's just me, that's what my father taught us. Who did you see? Did you see yourself? and that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
I was just gonna say, Eric be out there. I see him everywhere. I'm just gonna say that. I'm not disagreeing with you, but Eric be out there. I be seeing
He
him
is out
everywhere.
there. He is there.
But kudos to him and the great job that he does being personable too. So since I'm talking about him. So I just have a couple of questions. My first question is around the culture survey. I'm also not gonna say that the grass is green everywhere either. Is the culture survey gonna get down to specific building level?
Yes, it'll be a build.
culture?
Yeah, it'll be so we'll have, I'm partnering with Dr. Conrad. So we'll have specific results that will go to the building with the staff, and then we'll have a district overview too. So
Yeah,
it'll be
and the
both.
district one will be broken down by department, so each department can know
Yeah.
what the experience is for our principals, and
Like
then
with the
each
HR
school
department,
will
the teaching
be,
and
each
learning.
principal will know
Leadership.
what the experience is for their actual staff members, both classified and certified.
Awesome. I look forward, I believe in getting feedback from those on the ground, lived experience. However, I also will say, I then will also be looking to this team to what do we do with that information? What coaching needs to be done? What things need to be done? Because to be honest, I could tell you probably a few cultures I've been in and I'm like, oh, that school climate is, but then you go other places and it's high and, you know, I don't like to use social media as my telltale of what's going on in a building. I really want to hear from the people that are doing the work. So, but with that being said, I also, Sam Marie, so there was a link on our website. I have heard of 3 incidences where people have submitted information on the website, and that information got back to the person that they were either filing a complaint about or a grievance about. I just would like to probably publicly here, it's my understanding that it has, however that information gets back to those people has been addressed, but I also think that goes with building trust. So if I'm coming to the district website to say, I have an issue with this administrator or this individual in my building, I'm not expecting that individual to have that information again.
It has been corrected.
Okay.
So I do want to let you know that it has been.
Thank you.
And are people aware that if they have a grievance, where to go? Because I've heard a few people say they
Absolutely.
didn't know where to go.
It's on our website and such, so absolutely. And then a lot of times they just email us and ask us where, what's my next steps? And we support them that way too.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. How do we follow, or do we follow our students that are showing interest in education as we talk about bringing people back into our community when we have Diploma Plus and all these things where our students are actually going through different programs? So how are we following those students, or are we following those students?
I will need to talk to Mrs. Folks about that and have her answer that question.
I don't know all, the ways that we're doing it from a recruiting end is that we are partnering with, for example, I don't know if you remember, some of our universities have partnered with us. Kansas State University, now Emporia, is partnering with us. And they actually have written grants or procedures whereby teachers and the teachers in our high school pathways can enter into community colleges and receive their actual college credit. And then they can go into their junior and senior year, essentially, I'm just paraphrasing. And they can actually stay here and not have to go on site if they choose to stay here and be with their families to finish their junior and senior year. Some of those programs actually allows them to work here during the junior year, and they have a longer student teaching or observation time with us. During that time, we begin to tell them about the substitute teaching roles that they can get with us. For this year only, there is an expanded emergency sub license that one can get. And we have been encouraging those who are even in their sophomore classes to become licensed teachers to actually respond to that and be able to work for us. As long as they don't work for us during their student teaching actual role, that would be against the licensure rules. But anything outside of that, and we're encouraging them all the way from being translators to other opportunities, so it puts them right back in where they can work most, and especially even with our Kids Zone. We're turning some individuals onto there from Donnelly College, as well as the community colleges locally. So hopefully that gives you an idea, and then we actually give them an early offer, meaning it could be a year in advance, but they have to fulfill these requirements and show us our license, show us that they've passed the state required test, and they already know where they're going. And so we can do that a year out. But as long as they fulfill their requirements with Kansas State Department of Education to be licensed and be with us, we can offer those opportunities and follow them along the way. So hopefully that gives you an idea of just some of the things that we're doing, even if they're not with those two universities.
Okay, no, it did. The pathways is exactly what I was thinking about, because those students have said early on, I want to go into education, so how are we not letting them get away? So, okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. A lot of great information. I know a ton went in to put this presentation together that we weren't even able to see tonight, but just thank you for all the information, the hard work that you all do. We know it's been continues to be a work in progress, but board, great questions. If there are additional questions, please make sure you share those with staff. And again, just kudos to all of you for the great work that you're doing. And however we as a board can continue to support you, let us know if there are policies we need to look at, if there are processes we need to look at. That's part of our responsibility as well, to make sure that we're supporting you all and making your retention recruitment work in HR easier. So just thank you for your work so far. We're going to take a quick recess and we will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you. All right, if we can start pulling folks back together.
Feel back on that.
Okay, it is 7 o'clock. Thanks for allowing us a quick break, and we will reconvene and start our meeting back up. We'll jump right back along in our agenda. Next agenda item is agenda item number 9, our policy review. And up on the agenda first is accept for fourth changes to policy JGG. I will hand this off to Mr. Goheen.
So these are just, we brought this back for a fourth read because we had some changes that were made on the third read. And we wanted to make sure the board had a chance to look and review at all those changes to make sure they accurately reflected what the board had discussed and agreed to at the last session before we had final adoption. So it's on there, the changes, I think their final changes are in blue on the sheet that has the red line version. The model consent form is on there as well, and it's been modified consistent with what the changes would be on the policy. So that's as it currently reads, and unless there are additional suggestions or amendments that the board members want to make or discuss, we would recommend that you adopt it so that that policy can get in place for this year.
I'll make a motion that we adopt policy JGG, the revised copy from fourth read.
Second.
Motion and a second. Are there questions or additional discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goheen. Thank you, board. I know there was a lot of work on that policy, so I appreciate your intentionality on making sure that we reflected what the board's intention was around that policy, so thank you. Next agenda item would be to recommend it to accept for second read changes to the employee handbook.
So this is up for second read, the employee handbook. There have been some modifications since the first read, mostly to correct typographical errors or to modify a couple of provisions. Those are highlighted in the revised document. One of the additions is just to make it clear that if there is a discrepancy between the handbook and board policy or a contract, that the board policy or contract would take precedence. A good example of that might be this is going to get adopted and put into place, and you might make a policy change in January that might be different than what's in the handbook. And we just want to make it clear that the board policy always trumps what is in the written handbook. And same thing with a contract. So if the negotiated agreement gets changed, negotiated agreement terms as newly adopted would trump anything that might be different that's in the handbook. So there's some other things in here as well, but that's the main example we had.
Make a motion that we adopt the second read changes to the employee handbook.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or
Yeah,
discussion? Ms. Page.
Mr. Lopez, where would I find grievances? Where would that fall under?
I don't know if grievances are specifically in here. Let me look real quick. I don't know if I see grievances specifically in here, Ms. Page.
Well, I'm just, if this is our handbook, and they're trying to figure out where do I go, I didn't know if it fell under another category, and what would that category be? Because it's not listed as grievance, because we've heard this in the past years. They claim they didn't know where to go. So I don't know what category is it under?
Yeah, I would also support adding that language. I know we have a separate board policy for grievance, but I think similar to how we put things that are relevant for students in our student handbook, I think the grievance process, that access would make sense. I will also say I went to the website and I maybe struggled to figure out where I go to file those things on the new website. So if we could add that language. My other question is the green language, the new that's in this second read?
Yeah, that's a provision that was also added The green is the new language that's added. So the other thing that was added in was,
There's no difference between yellow and green.
Yellow was the first read,
yeah,
the second read. And then we can definitely add the grievance to that for the third read.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions or comments?
Ms. Devon's going to hurt me. I have a question. I'm sorry, I let you walk away. I so apologize.
making her get her steps in.
I do apologize.
All right.
Go back, come back in.
I'm so sorry.
You're
And
fine.
this is just me not knowing. Through the grievance process, is there a protocol that should take place before a person files a grievance? And so if we're going to go down that path, and maybe you thought about this already,
Yeah.
what's that protocol, and make sure that that is called out before you're just,
We ask, when an employee files a complaint, we do ask that you try to solve it at the building level first or the site level first. But if it doesn't get resolved, then it can come to HR.
so if we're going to call out a grievance, and maybe you would have thought about this already, I would prefer just not call out what to do if you have a grievance to follow, but did you follow the protocol that should have been followed prior to?
Absolutely. We can clean that up.
Yeah, and I will say, if
Yeah.
if they jump to that step, unless there are some reasons we wouldn't send it back to the lowest level, we always direct it back
Okay.
to the appropriate level before it's escalated. But if it's like a grievance against their supervisor.
Then it comes directly
then
to
it
us.
comes
Directly.
directly to HR. But if it's two employees and they jump to HR, we try to solve it at the lowest level.
And I think that's what I've seen more of or heard more of, and so that's what triggered for me.
Okay.
Yeah, and-
We can do that for you.
Just before we move off of this topic, and I know I don't want to interrupt the board members on this, but there is a section in the handbook that deals with the complaint procedure, and those are two slightly different things. So one is the grievance procedure that deals with sort of generic conditions of employment. I've got some concern about the employment process or something along those lines. And the complaint or the non-discrimination, non-retaliation provisions, that's specifically on pages 7 and 8, which refer back to the board's complaint process that is in policy KN, whereas the grievance process is covered by GAE. So those are slightly different things, but there at least is information in the handbook on the complaint process. So if somebody's complaining about perceived retaliation or discrimination or harassment or those types of things, that's expressly laid out in the handbook.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Golding, did you say it was 7, 8?
Page 7 and page 8.
Are you talking about the district compliance coordinator stuff?
So it says prohibition on discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. It references the board policies. And it goes on to say discrimination is prohibited. It lists out some different provisions, and then it identifies that all complaints about discrimination, harassment, or retaliation should be reported and investigated as provided in policy KN. And then it provides the district compliance officer as one location to report that. So that's a place that could be cleaned up. I'm just pointing out that there is a provision in the handbook that does relate to the complaint process.
Well, Mr. Golding,
For me,
I don't see that here. Mine stops with section 6. So is
No,
that something
it's not
you?
a section, it's page number.
Oh,
It's page number.
okay, I thought it was section.
Section 1.2, I believe, or
Okay.
1-2. And you also have the one above that deals with the EEO opportunities, which also has a provision directing employees to bring concerns or issues to their immediate supervisor or the compliance coordinator or superintendent.
And then I have another question. Sometimes the person I have the complaint against is the person who's conducting the, so is that fair?
Well,
No,
that's
that's
not-
where we shared that, in that case, it goes straight to HR. Unless
Okay.
it's about HR, and then it would go to, they can always
Okay,
file it with someone else, yeah.
And that's in your policy.
okay.
Ms. Russell?
I think going back to Ms. Clark's point, I was more looking at the conflict resolution, like somebody didn't talk to me the right way, or I didn't feel respected. So I was wondering if like in that additional language where we're talking about the grievance process, I know it's here, but I think this is out of context. Like it's here in this section, but I think the context that I'm talking about is like workplace, for the lack of a better word, drama, how to navigate that and what the appropriate ways to do that would be versus everything going to HR. And I think that's where I'm trying to get the clarity of,
Yeah, and I think Ms. Devon understands that. I think we can just, she'll outline, like, if you have, like, conflict within the workplace with another employee, if it's with your supervisor, we can delineate, like, the process depending on where the conflict lies.
and in a worst case scenario, you would do the grievance. Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
I have one more. I feel
Yeah,
like
please,
I'm
Ms.
very
Clark.
chatty on this one, and my handbook is frozen, so forgive me. Is this the place to talk about, like, use of social media? And maybe it's here, like I said, it's frozen, so I couldn't even do a quick find. Is this the place to talk about use of social media, use language, or how you're speaking about your job or the district online if you're an employee? How you're soliciting?
It's here.
Is it in there? Okay, it's frozen, so I couldn't even
I
search it.
think-
Literally just came to
I
mind.
just hit
Okay,
Control F and
I'm
it's
frozen.
there for you.
Okay,
Nope.
thank you. I will find it then, thank you.
I do want to just, I'm not trying to prolong this. I don't know if the board ever adopted clear policy around,
We did
We did
not.
not.
okay.
We did not.
I just
That-
want to
that's what
put
we
that
need to
out there.
circle
What's
back.
in here is probably aligned with what's current policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I will have to go back and read that part before we come back. Because I do have concerns about some of the posts that I've seen and how the district is being represented.
And again, it's important for the board to read what's being proposed as the handbook, and as you see or identify concerns like the grievance issue or other social media policy, bring them up so that we give staff time to make amendments or edits to the policy before you adopt it.
Thank you. Additional questions? Thank you. So I believe there was a motion and a second for accepting for second read changes to the employee handbook. If there are no other questions or discussion, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Yes.
I'm sorry. I also, based on what Greg just said, can we also bring back the conversation or get an update? Because I'm hearing conflicting messages around the grant and Amazon wish list and what's allowed and what's not allowed, and it's been referred to that it's board policy. And so I just would like for us to review that in some type of way, because I think I've heard our teachers say we would like things, their needs aren't being met, so they go to Amazon wish lists or they go to these other things. And now the district sent out an email that said they can't do that. And so I think it would just be of us as we're reviewing this. I don't know if it's in here. I need to do the Google find. But I also just want to touch base on that so that we're all clear of what we are saying and what we're not saying around wish lists and whatever.
So like select solicitations for goods or services
Yes.
by teachers and staff. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next agenda item is accepting for second read the Narcan policy.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item is agenda Agenda item number 10, the first item is to discuss protocol for board committees. This was a request to discuss in general terms our board committees. We do have several board committees, and we just want to make sure that we're operating correctly. We won't dive into the details of what the board committee responsibilities are or the objectives. Again, that will come at our October 19th board development meeting next Wednesday. But tonight was just to really give an overview of where we are with board committees. There is a section in our board handbook that talks about our committees and how we operate. And I know Mr. Goheen had shared some information about the committees and the committee structure and how they are to be noticed as meetings. And I know Ms. Smith has been working with our board committee chairs to make sure that those meetings are noticed appropriately. So thank you for that. But just wanted to allow space in case there are questions around the board committee structures. We should notice those committee meetings. We should have an agenda for those meetings along with minutes. And I know staff is working on a page on our website. If it's not up already, it will be around information around our committees where we'll be able to post those agendas and those notes or minutes from those meetings as well. But just wanted to allow, in case there were any questions, in broad terms, again, not specifically around the objectives of those committees, but just around the committee structures. I know every board member is on at least one committee. We do have several committees, so you may be on 2 or 3. But if you're interested as a board member as well to participate in a meeting that you're not a part of, there is some language around how you're able to participate as a participant of the meeting, but not necessarily a board member or a committee member of that meeting as well. So I'll pause there. Mr. Goheen, if there's anything else that you need to share. I know you shared an email with a lot of this information, so board, if you haven't seen it, it should be in your inbox. But if there are specific questions around the committee structures, would open the floor for any questions.
Are these Zoom, can we have Zoom meetings? They have to be in person, or what's?
As long as it's noticed as a Zoom meeting, you
Okay.
can have a Zoom meeting.
And how much time should we give? Because if Leslie has to be on there.
Yeah, so there's not, you don't have, it's not like the board meetings that have a statutory deadline to get that in place or a board policy to have them noticed in a certain time period. I think at least 24 hours notice is appropriate, because I can't imagine a situation where you need an emergency committee meeting. But the board could set that as a further off in terms of what that notice requirement is, or the committee could set it off as a notice requirement for the committee if they wanted to as well. So if either the board or the committee members want to have that a larger time period, that would be set by policy because there's no statutory requirement.
So we can make that recommendation when we meet on the 19th.
That's correct.
You would think, we have several committees, and if some of them are going to be Zoom, we need to give her enough notice to make sure everything lines out.
Right. And most districts, when they have the committee structures, they do tend to schedule those committee meetings out over the course of the year, so you have regular meeting dates, and those tend to then be noticed on the district website, just like your board meetings. And if you intend to make them available by Zoom or remote access to the public or to board or to committee members, you could identify that right there at that time with the links if you wanted to.
Okay.
Ms. Russell?
Are you familiar with any other districts that have alternates or substitutes for committee work?
I know that some districts do that. You have to be a little careful about that because you want to just be cautious about turning a committee meeting into a serial meeting of the board. Is the one issue you have to be a little careful about. So think about it this way. If you have three board members that are serving on a committee, and then you have the ability to substitute if somebody's absent. So say you've got a 4th board member that can sub in for one of the committee members if they're missing. The argument that could be made is that really, instead of 3 board members you've got, or serving on the committee, you've really got 4, and they're just rotating as to who attends a particular meeting, so it could be construed as a board meeting. That's the only caution that I'm aware of with it. Otherwise, if you wanted to have an alternate who could attend or appear at a committee meeting when somebody else is not available, the board could certainly do that.
And who sets that alternate?
The board, or the depending on how you guys set it up, but the board would be.
The committee chair or the?
The board.
Okay, so if we decided to go the route of alternates or substitutes, those would need to come before the board.
You would need to have the board is the one that needs to set parameters for how the committees are going to operate. You can't have the committees deciding who their membership is or things of that nature. That has to come from the board level.
Okay. And my last question around committee, one interpretation is that it's a rolling board meeting. I got that.
Yeah.
One other interpretation is people's schedules don't allow for the committee chair
Sure.
to set a meeting and for people to be present. How would one navigate that?
Well, I think the best possible course would be to try to get the committee meetings set on a pre-planned schedule that is, if you only got 3 board members, the hope would be that you've got a date that can be agreed on enough in advance and have that be on a regular basis so that everybody can schedule around problems that may crop up. That would be the best possible solution. Obviously, there could be circumstances or situations that might crop up, long-term illness, sort of heaven forbid, that kind of thing, or some business reason, somebody's job takes them away from the ability to attend a meeting for a period of time. That might be a good example or place where you would want somebody to have an alternate that could step in during that extended gap period. If it's a one-off meeting and you've got some ability to attend by virtual means, the hope would be that you have a meeting time that will work for everybody on the committee. That would be the hope. But yeah, I mean, you're always going to have some scheduling issues that are going to crop up.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. Thank you.
So
We do-
for clarity, on the 19th, we're setting up the format for all of these committees, and they should be consistent?
Yes, so for the 19th, the priority for that board development meeting will be around setting our board priorities, our board goals, and the committee's objectives, which should support the goals of the board, the strategic priorities of the board. Correct. And to your point, I mean, the committees and committee structures and the way they operate should all be pretty consistent in how they operate, how they're meeting, or how they're noticing their meetings and the agenda setting and that process. Correct. Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. Thank you, board. Our next agenda item, speaking of committees, it is being recommended that the board establish a facilities and/or planning committee to discuss, as we continue to discuss our facilities master plan and just the overall facilities of the district. We've had conversations about potentially having a facilities committee. I know other districts have that type of committee that looks at the facilities oftentimes or sometimes. That particular committee can be combined with another committee, for instance, the finance committee, which there's a lot of intermingling between the finances and the facilities. We've even seen it sometimes with the boundary committee, but it's being recommended, and I'll let Dr. Stubblefield share any information as well, but being suggested or recommended that the board form a facilities committee to really look at the district's facilities, and a thought or suggestion would be to combine that with our finance, and a possibility is instead of a standalone committee to combine that with the finance committee. So I'll pass it to Dr. Stubblefield if there's anything else you would like to share around this.
Yes, after just some conversation and some research and then recognizing that it's 7 of you and there are several committees, because finances align so closely with the facilities, our recommendation is to establish a facilities committee, but you can combine it with the finance committee. And as the chair and co-chairs set the agendas, you can clearly allocate time separately for specific finance components, facilities components, and crossing over at the times that you need to cross over. And as Mr. Lopez shared, we've also seen facilities combined with boundaries, because if you're talking about mainly schools, but you still can talk about other facilities, it's often you have to factor in what's happening in boundary committee. So our recommendation would be to form one in conjunction with either one of those so that there's not another committee to be established. And also, it's coming from, there were some who are on some committees that have stated they wanted to be on facilities, so it'll streamline some time as well.
So based on those recommendations or suggestions from the board, I would ask the board to consider having a facilities committee in conjunction or combine that with the finance committee, if that is the pleasure of the board to establish that committee.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would open up for questions or discussion.
So the finance committee chair is not here tonight. And so I would not move in the motion of adding something, knowing that there are specific topics and things that have been brought up that would like to take a deeper dive into in the finance committee. While I recognize it may save time, it may also make that meeting a lot longer. So I would be more in favor of combining it with boundary committee versus adding it to finance committee, which I believe already has 3 deep topics that they would like to explore. So that would be why I would vote this motion down.
Yeah, I would agree with Rachel. I would like to see the boundary and the facilities be together.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions or comments?
I can see not moving forward tonight, especially with Dr. Nguyen not here. I do have questions on the logistics behind what that would look like, because they do work hand in hand. So I would have lots of questions about like the presentations or the conversations along with those committees. Like, how do we get that information to make sure we're incorporating what their vision is as finances are being allocated? So that would be my only thought, is like the logistics behind that as we move forward.
Yeah, and we don't have a problem if you're going to table it till the 18th when Dr. Nguyen is present, since she's the chair of the finance and she's not here. But I will share, she has interest in both. But I do think it's right to wait till she's here so she can ask clarifying questions.
And I understand that she has interest in both, but I also don't want to put something on someone else.
Right, no, that's why I'm saying we
Okay,
should table
okay,
it,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, so any other questions or comments around the facilities committee? So hearing the conversation, I would ask that we table. I would suggest, hearing the board's suggestions, that we do table this conversation and this motion until a subsequent board meeting with Dr. Nguyen is available, and she can express whether she would like to or not with the facilities, and we can have a deeper conversation on whether the facilities and finance or the boundary committee makes the most sense for the board. So we'll table this conversation and this motion for now, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes, I will also say, along with, I guess the reason I also would like to see it in boundary is that has public input as well. There are an established group of people, so I think there's still, if we move it to finance, I would like to see community added to that conversation, or somehow figuring out how it then can overlap with boundary to ensure that the folks who are looking at our boundaries and facilities, they're also getting that opportunity to look at those things and how they commingle. I understand money, but I also understand facilities and what we're currently looking at, so just put that out there.
Thank you, Ms. Russell, and thanks for that tee-up. Actually, part of the conversation Dr. Stubblefield and I had recently was around how we get other folks involved in community, especially in committees, especially committee members, just like the Boundary Committee has that community input. So I think that that would be appropriate at our meeting on the 19th to discuss whether the board would like to add any additional community members to any of the committees. So something we can definitely consider for all committees, any committees, or no committees. So
I
that's
won't
up
be
to the
there,
board.
but I'm advocating that we find ways for our community to be involved in our committees.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so we will table that conversation for a future board meeting.
There's a motion, so don't we need to
You don't need a motion to table it,
there was a motion on the floor already.
right? But it can be, the motion can be tabled.
Okay.
Okay, thank
And
you.
It can be tabled by motion, or it can be tabled by the chair. One of those two options both work.
Then are we pulling up the motion? Sorry.
So at the next meeting, we will revisit the motion that's on the floor, which would be to combine the two.
Yeah, what happens when it's tabled, the motion is automatically up for action at the next meeting, next regular meeting.
Thank you for that educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our next agenda item, and this is just, it's a new item that was added on today's agenda. It is regarding the November board meeting. We had this conversation board about a month ago. We just wanted to revisit because we didn't have definite clarity around it. The November board meeting, there's only one on November 8th, or a regular board meeting. It's scheduled currently for November 8th, which happens to be Election Day. I know there was conversation about potentially moving that regular board meeting to a different date since it is Election Day. I know folks have other commitments. We also don't want to impede folks from the opportunity to vote. I know there's advanced voting and people can vote throughout the day, and there are a lot of opportunities to vote. But the conversation was around potentially moving that date so that we would allow folks, if they needed to vote in the afternoon or evening, that could happen, or if they have commitments with any particular campaigns or out there volunteering or whatever the case may be, that they wouldn't, that the board meeting would not prevent them to fulfill those obligations. So we just wanted to bring this back on the table for the board to make a decision so that we can either move forward with the November 8th meeting or potentially change that. My suggestion would be that we move the meeting to November 15th, which would move it away from the November 8th Election Day. It would be a week later, so on a Tuesday. That was the conversation that the board had previously. I know there were some concerns because there is a KASB conference that the weekend prior to that, so I know there's some challenges with a lot of back-to-back, the conference and then a board meeting on Tuesday evening. But that would just be my suggestion, that we move it to November 15th at the same time, 5 p.m.
Greg, do you remember what it says in the board handbook if the board meeting falls on Election Day? I can't pull it up right now.
Yeah, I don't remember there being something specific. I've got the handbook here. I can try and look while you guys are talking, but I think if you have any kind of conflict with the board with a regular scheduled board meeting, the board does have discretion to reschedule it. So I know that much. I just don't know if there's like something specifically as a default. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Is there any reason we couldn't have it on the 9th, just the next evening?
Not necessarily, no. I think we were just trying to be consistent when I spoke with Dr. Stubblefield, just trying to be consistent with the Tuesday evening at 5 p.m. But there's nothing prohibiting us doing it on the Wednesday night or some other day that week as well.
Well, generally on a Wednesday, if you go to church, you have a lot of stuff going on. So Tuesdays, I don't have a problem with the 15th.
I don't have a problem with the 15th, but you do know that we have a board development on the 16th. I'm good with it.
Yes, thank you.
We got a lot of meetings, so that's not the one.
And I did check with staff, so before suggesting any dates, and staff, Dr. Stubblefield and other staff who would be involved, we would be able to cover that board meeting if we were to change it to the 15th. So we would need a motion to change, if that's the will of the board. If not, we can keep it on the 8th.
I'd make a motion that we move our regular scheduled November 8th meeting till a week later on the 15th at 5 o'clock.
Been moved and seconded to move the meeting to November 15th at 5 p.m. Are there any questions or further discussion?
I don't have any questions, but I will say we vote on the agenda or the meeting schedule at the beginning of the year. Election day never changes. So I would just urge this board, if we're passionate about election day or we're passionate about having all these trainings, it works best for me if we work on a date and solidify it. I unfortunately am not able to attend a lot of the upcoming professional or development meetings or those things because it takes us so long to make decisions, and I have other obligations as well. And so I am urging this board to look further out in the calendars when we're trying to make decisions and make a decision and just go with it. Because it is unfortunate that I do have to continue to miss things because we changed plans or we take too long to find a date. And so that's frustrating.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
I didn't hear who made the second.
I did.
Ms. Clark.
Second.
Thank you. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we've come to the executive session portion of our agenda. We can dismiss staff who were not participating in any of the executive sessions. Thank you for being with us, staff.
Those who need to hang on are Dr. Wilson, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Lilly, Samry, and Deputy Sy.
So I would entertain a motion to recess for executive session to discuss confidential student information relating to actions adversely or favorable affecting a student under coma with potential action to follow, going in at 7:39 and for 5 minutes. Mr. Goheen, for 5 minutes.
So move.
Second,
Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Wilson and Dr. Campbell will be joining this one.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith.
motion to return to open session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would entertain a motion to approve the hearing officer's recommendations regarding the, relating to the students' information.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would now entertain a motion to recess to executive session. This is the new one just for the board and for Ms. Smith, I'm sorry. Recess to executive session to discuss matters of security under coma, going in at 7:50 and coming out for 10 minutes, coming back out at 8 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would now entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved under coma, going in at 8:06 for 10 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Yes, Janie.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes?
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved with potential action to follow for 30 minutes, going in at 8:20.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Very irritating.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes?
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciation.
Motion to return to open session, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back in open session. Entertain a motion to approve the hearing officer's report and recommendations regarding employment issues.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, board, for the meeting tonight. Dr. Stubblefield, staff, and community, thank you. Don't forget, next week we have our board development 4 to 7 on Wednesday, and there are some upcoming committee meetings this week and next week as well. So be on the lookout for that information if you'd like to attend. Thank you, and this meeting is adjourned.